Morning, morning. People in Visa? Zach, shut your mouth. What's up, Tim? Full trying again. Is Tesla? Oh, come on, flip that. You gonna do it? Yep. Good shot. Good shot. Morning to you too. How's that not breaking? Why is this so thick? Jeez. My God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Felt that down in my dick hole. Holy jeez.
SJ Hype.
Let's go, homie. 14 months. How do you say your name? Satires? Let's go, Satires. Satires? Emilio. No. How many shares left? All right. Oh my gosh, these fucking frills, man. That's horse shit. So 415 daily or 416 daily level. What's my criteria? Oh man, that you're gonna have to ask me per trade because it will change from trade to trade. If I want, a solid trade, I want to have a pullback before getting in. Has to show decent expansion. Needs to be relatively low float on these shit stocks. We're talking shedders. The reason why I took a trade is different. Right now, I want to see it break 4 and reclaim it. That's kind of what I'm looking at. I didn't even get to it. We go 417 now? No. Oh, jeez. He just got taken out. They reclaim 4. Can they hold it? Another 200,000 shares? Good shot, Chicka Bow Wow. Both of you hitting hard today. See if that gets filled. It's still there, huh? And keeps disappearing. So thick. I don't like that. You've crapped on me every day for the past 6 months. Have you really? Good. Doing failed cock. Surely it goes down now and fills the rest of this guy. I should have used that as proof of income when applying for the home account. Oh my gosh. And there's your cock and drop. What shot oil up? Tesla sales down 67% in UK. Foxo. It's a nice diagonal break. Something like that. First 5-minute cock. See if 95 can hold. EVGO. It wasn't on my list, but it moves, you know. It's a lot of sellers. Damn. So why did PLTR end up going down? Then they like beat and raise across basically all metrics. Or is it their valuation or their multiple getting a little crazy? LAES headline. Kind of a bullshit headline. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open. Verified. Let's go, buddy. 16 months.
A.
All right, let's get after it. Oh, come on. Area B trying to get over 4. PLTR 1-day min. Thank you, sir. Him's rocking. Hims with the freaking juice right now. Oh, that would have been the 1 minute that I was looking for. RIN, red to green, was beautiful. Right up into it and freaking failed. Come on. There you go. There you go. $96. Hold 80. I mean, partnership with Uber, it doesn't get much awesomer than that. Come on. Still holding up. Or weave, nice pop. All right, let's try this again here. Looking for move to that 110 and maybe beyond. 30-second cock would be over 93. Probably a worthwhile try. Trying it. Oh gosh, what was that? Come on. Uh-huh. Yeah, uh-huh. Sure. Freaking $300 loser in about 2 seconds. MRIN, big red to green. Jeez. Yeah, this, I got PLTR up. Pretty wild. Only 1070 is a level here. No stocky today? I don't know. He's DMing me. I think he's trading pony. MRIN. Coral weave trying to go high day. Orion literally blinked down 15 cents. Is that bull 5-minute hymns? Nice move. Really nice. Bull come back up. Mary B dumping. Good fill. Locking some in. Bid support at the 80. Seller at 88. Testing 88. Through it. 90 now. Bid support. Broke through. Gotta break 99. Seller's here, but if you break it, you can get that 1110. Good volume here. Bollinger Bands are open a little bit. Give us that break. It's high day right there at 898. It keeps walking up. See if it keeps walking after got smacked there. Taking some. Keeps dropping like 2-3 cents every time I hit the sell button. All right. If it looks like it's going to break 11, I'm going to take it. It's a 1-minute cuck. Yeah, I was kind of fearful of that. Him's just juicing. 4-weave, nice break. I'll have to watch that trailer on Grand Theft Auto. PLTR cock and drop setup here for break a low a day. Watch that one. Just look at it myself. Wow. HIMS ripping. Since the open, things up $7. Jeez. Look at this move. Core weave juicing. SXTC. It's a 239 level. There's a lot of volume today, which is interesting, but there is a daily cock after that nasty drop yesterday. That happened at the close. Kind of weird. So, watching that one, if it gets up there. KTT. Whoa, 200, huh? Hello. This is a cuck, so a 1080 break could probably take a long here. This cuck does nothing. If it, dumps, then no bueno. But still looking for Pony to push to those highs again. Maybe break that 1110 pre-market. Currently, this is a weak cuck. It could fold over. Damn you. What's the 1 day max on HIMS? I imagine you're way past it, but I'll look in I get a second here. HIMS. Four. X is spiking up pretty good. KTTA, nice 1 minute. MACD is starting to flip, but this is kind of weak, so it has a chance to recover it. but it needs to soon. Otherwise, that MACD is going to stay flipped. KTTA, cock and drop. That's dirty. TLTR low a day. And there's your breakdown. And a 5-minute cock. So if it gets back over, let's call it 1067, I'll be interested again. All right, 1 day max on HIMS. Hasn't given it to me yet. It's still thinking for some reason. It says there's no levels for this ticker, so I don't know if that's just not in the basket that is included. It has options, right? I didn't even look. Pretty interesting candle there. Is it 66? $67 gonna hold? Seller at 72. Nope. Oh. Oh, for crying out loud. Was worth a shot. KTTAW. What is that? 22? $13. Hmm. $48. Oh, look at that. Pulled back right on it, didn't it? Look at this freaking wall here. Holy jeez. Can you not get past it? Can't do it. This is so thick. 4 million shares. It's just churning. This is insane. I really don't want anything to do with this, honestly. If it, I can go small size. If it gets over 315, maybe. But damn, this thing is 2 million shares outstanding. We're trading 4 million shares a minute. Yeah. I mean, it could go, but look how freaking whippy that is. There it goes. There it is. Yeah. Listen, you're welcome, guys. It only goes if I get out. It only goes if I get out. Say thank you, at least. All right. As you become millionaires, say thank you. This thing is so thick. What am I at on the day? $300. Come on. Can a 50-cent break send it? No, I cracked it. So you'll probably see some selling here. Should see some selling, unless I really didn't crack it. Here's a revisit of the 330 level. Hymns. The VWAP here. FRGT daily. Why did it gap down so hard? Bull? Does this have a setup here? Yeah. Something like that, maybe. KIDZ. I was watching this one too. Damn. All right. $670 is a big level there. Kids, the pre-market area. It's a lot of volume. Jeez. Freaking get into the gap, damn it. Kids pulling back. KTTA. SBET. Is this a... X? SXTC has a 5. Just want to point out that, by the way, I top ticked FRGT. Still got it. SBET is reverse split. Okay, so we want to watch that one for maybe a red to green move then. volumes there for this break here. MACD needs a cross up here. See. $15, $16. Boom. Taking half off. GDOT partnering with Samsung. Partnership with Samsung to introduce new Samsung Wallet features. Should do something. Doesn't mean it will. It's a relatively low float for a large cap. 54 million shares outstanding. It's not really going though. It's got the daily cock at 32. Taking the opportunity to get out. Get back to this SXTC I like a lot. So the window up to 229. You get close to that daily cock after that drop yesterday, you might really do some stupid stuff. We'll see. Up $700 on the day. Almost 800. Kids W. Kids with the W. Watch kids. Over. Oh, just blew right through it. 62. $670. So that got up to the high of the day, but it didn't choose past it. Come on, bed. Man. I'm just going to take it off. What's this doing? 5-minute cock? 67, 66. Yeah. All right. You're off too. Back to. That did spike. Kids. Decent fill. Come on, give us that 70 break. Hidden seller. Think. Nope, not a hidden seller. There's a break. There we go. All right. GPUS. Nick calling out. Ready. Oh, hello. Look at that. Looking for that VWAP there, huh? Did I already break it? No. Got a 5, I guess. Kids pulling back. GBH. Very interesting. KTTA high a day. Bet it is Zax. Dismissal of a case. Gordon Haskett calling that out. It's a billion share float. It is not moving fast. Okay. M's. South Korea. You in any swings? Oh, I forgot the. I just started one, but it's not working out. Sapphire GT had the daily cock. KTTA cuck and go here on the 1 minute. If it wants it, it has to break. High a day, basically. I really don't want to trade this. I don't think I'm going to. It's it's just moving too fast. Pony looking for a $10 break. Just hold it up. Watching this red to green here. Sometimes that happens on these reverse splitters. Needs to get over that 36. It's probably an ad if it gets there. Short share restricted now. Come on. Well, shit. So 1 minute cock potential. Come on. Do it. I would love a reverse split move out of you. Okay. Yes, give me the cock. I want a big fat cock. Give it to me. Damn, this is such a light volume. The golden tomato just scared the shit. It's too quiet, the Pope. It was too quiet. BULL has some levels. Maybe a 15-10 break sends it. KTA's building out some structure. Freaking verified. Freaking verified. All right, come back to that. I want to watch this KTTA. You got a W over 376. ITM 1 for 13 stock split. Bull broke the level, going for VWAP now. All right, where are we at on the day? $600. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh, Teddy, freaking. 5 minute cock here on KTTA. I'm not going to play the 5, but it looks decent. I'm just going to play the break of this guy right here looking for high day. I don't know where these levels come from, but they're on my chart. $385 is this level from back here. Bassett saying negotiating with 17 trading partners, have not engaged with China yet. It's a little different than what we were told before. Actually, yeah, engaged. I don't know what he means by that. It could mean haven't started talking deals. Surely they've been on the phone. Come back to that. Let's check out Upwork. Still curling. CoreWeave, that was a nice pop right there. Could see a substantial reduction in U.S. or on tariffs on U.S. goods. Chill, daddy. Bessett's saying the same thing he said yesterday about could be announcing as early as this week some trade deals. So that'll be key. Whenever the first of those comes out, we'll have to watch how the market reacts to it. Is it a sell the news event? Is it we finally get to see what these deals look like, and therefore we kind of know what the future deals look like? It's probably a little bit of both. Damn it. I missed this break. This was a really good one. 50, 60-cent move there. 70, 80, $1. Okay. Okay. Yesterday's high was 52.78. FOXO. Trying to curl up.
Mass attack starts in
gosh,
5.
For crying out loud is what's happening. Perfectly normal. All right, let's see if we get a 1 minute out of this CoreWeave. Kind of freaking spready here. 25. fun with that. And of course it's gonna cuck. Come on. Hidden seller at 20. Freaking A, come on. What are we doing here? You gotta be kidding me! You just hit thousands of shares, 50,000 shares through here. I hit the sell button, you drop 15 cents. And you somehow cracked 52.20 at the same time. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Look at this bullshit. I know, cheese. That is disgusting. Cheese, I thought of you when my pool got peed in. Made it back, but damn, that is some horse shit. High day is 72 or 70. Yeah, 70. Freaking hidden buyers at 52.50 right now. See if that holds up. Core weave high day 52.70. Yesterday's high 52.78. Could, I mean, that would be a really okay. We're over yesterday's high at 78. And then we go 30-cent spread, you know, totally normal shit. Can we move? Look at this. They're taunting me now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 30-cent spread. Oh my gosh. Well, there goes today's profit. It is out 50. What are we doing? Box out have been a biznatch. Is that halted up or down there? I don't have it up. Is it up? What's up, Goku? It's a pretty weak cuck here. Maybe worth trying to cock. We'll see. Kind of needs to do it soon. Hymns with a kind of a there's a break on hymns. Nice 25% pop. It's a cuck. Like, what is this freaking spreads, man? Getting the trade right. I can't exit though. This might need a 5-minute. Let's see. Okay, I'll take it. More shit this morning, man. More shit. Ah, yes. Oh, SJ's out. Yep. Yep. Send it, man. Send it. $80 has a bit of a wall. Mm-hmm. Why is that not getting filled? Yeah, thank you, eTurd, for not filling my second order there. Hated to have made money there. Would have been so bad. Oh, that could have been an absolute banger, but no. All right. Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. It truly is disgusting. They used to beat the Panthers last night. Yes, they did. That's a shame. It really is. Listen, you know you f***ed up big time when the entire Eastern Conference is rooting for the Maple Leafs. You done messed up big. Hidden buyer? Watch the 54 test. Damn. $54.80 and it can get wild. And then you got room to 65. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but you got room. First pullback. See if there's buyers at 53.20. ARB 5-minute doesn't look terrible. Is it 24? Wait for a second and I broke it. What? Son of a bitch, that pulled back. M's. What's this? RYET. Yuck. Okay. KTTA trying to hold VWAP. Oh shit. Am I still in this FRGT? Doesn't look terrible. Okay. For 50. This pulled back a little long here. 1, 2, 3. Kind of needs to go now if we have any chance of continuing this move up the current state. Won a court case against Jazz Pharma. Oh, an injunction. Court case and an injunction, a little different. Made it sound like they won. It's over. All right, CoreWeave. Keep the juices flowing here, bud. Spreads are getting ridiculous here. This is a cuck and go potential. And it just went. Good fill on that one. We back to green? All right, back to green. Jeez. M's coming to high day. Oh, no, not high day. Sorry. I have this recent bump. Because the trading view charts move very differently compared to the WT charts. Have you noticed that? Are you talking about warrior trading? I don't use those charts. I'm sure they're delayed in some. I mean, you're gonna have a delay. I have no idea how they move. I don't know how. Yeah, I have no idea. So you know if there's a difference in warrior trading charts and the regular trading view charts, like when the warrior trading charts move, they react pretty quickly with price action. I have no idea. They use TradingView as a base, so it should be the same as TradingView. They license off from TradingView. Could I show a 10-second chart? All right, just give me a second. No, don't cuck me. 54.10. Just break it and juice. There's plenty of room. See 409. You like you're teasing us here. 10, 20. Where's the volume? Very small winner there. Limit on quote. 54.19. 54.21. What? Filled. Okay. Somehow. 226. This is anticlimactic here. Should get out. Yep. I hit the sell button twice. E-Trade said, "Oh, you don't have the shares to sell." Oh, really? What's going on? All right, I'm exiting. Can I short it? All right, KTTA. 10 seconds. There you go. My FRGT moved. It does have some structure. What is it, the 76 level? Is there maybe a diagonal through here? Oof. Him's trying again. Bull through VWAP. Says 98% of their stuff is exempt from tariffs. ADM is what I heard on the headline. We're getting it a little late here, so we got to keep that in mind. Can't go anywhere. Taking it off. AIDZ has a dip and rip there. This thing came all the way down here and back up. Decent fill. Over 660 would complete the cook and go. Break it? Somebody? Nope. As soon as I hit the sell button. As soon as I hit it. It's getting kind of old. It's getting kind of old. Now that I'm out, right back up. Cool. There's the candle I was trying to play off of. Shut up, die in peace. Where's this volume coming from? NAGE Big Pop. Not sure what that's about. KWE from yesterday coming up. Watch that KWE 680 level if it gets it. Oh, of course, I'm going right on this. be a daily cuck and go. This one took $1,000 from me yesterday, so it hurts to look at it. Our GT. Got a big wedge on it. 3 points on the top side, 2 on the bottom so far. It ain't dead yet. Tony with a bit of a W here of a 1036. And a 5 minute. Wait. That's a 5 minute W is what I'm looking at. 1040 is the level. Kids. Just missed it. TMC, Annie. Yeah, that daily looks actually pretty good. But much bigger float than I like to play on the penny stocks. But that's got a nice level there and a really nice look. Holding the 9 EMA on the daily. You can take size on these because they don't move terribly fast. But when they get the momentum, they do pretty well. KWE hit my alert now. Okay. 679. What you gonna do here, bud? Oh, it kind of dicked me. That's a bullish engulfing candle in the daily now on this. If it holds up, it just disappears. seller. Pony. There's that 5-minute W. Missed that one. Gonna going high a day here. Holy shit balls. Push it. Push the 20, 11:20. Feels like some short covering here. It's a lot of volume. Bid's holding up, even though it gets slammed on the... There it is. Yeah, that's juicy, dude. 11:48's the daily cock. Taking off a little bit more here. Running that pony. Look at this volume change. We back to green? All right, back. Good fight at this 11:20. See if 1 minute cuck. All right, there's your 1 minute cuck. 1 minute cock is 11:28 now.
All night long, saw that ticket start to tremble. Now I know it won't be long. I don't need no puts, no hedge. I'm in this raw, no safety net. Got my hands on sweet momentum, riding high, no regrets. Let me slide into that bed. Let me press that green. I'm feeling bullish, baby. You know what I mean.
That's Spony, baby.
It's a breakout, baby. We going vertical all night. You know I bought the tip real patient, then I doubled on the way. Now we melting up so graceful, like it's foreplay on a chart display.
What? I mean, I could just get back in and full, with more size, what I'm looking for here. I'm thinking 11 breaks. At least get tested. Volume declining, so I'm looking for that volume pop with another move up. That's Spony.
Let the shorts get squeezed and cry. We ain't selling, we multiply. Right, that's Spony. This chart's got me hypnotized. We going long, we going strong.
Swooping right now. Come on, give us a bounce. Back over 11. That's sellers I don't like to see. All right. Foxo's going. Trump? What's Trump saying? Biden? Saying Biden? Damn it, Pony came back up. I'm such a little bitch. I didn't see that. Whoa, KWE again? Wow, went down to 550. Hims has some levels. Really tight 5-minute. 44. It's 5-minute cuck that's not doing much. Probably something like through there. A 46 reclaim. All right. You know what? Who we haven't watched in a while that I've been meaning to, just for shits and giggles. I can't remember his name. Maverick. Let's see what old Maverick has to say. Wall Street. Oh, we got a fresh one from one day ago, boys and girls. One day ago. You know, Googly's ears are going to be freaking burning right now. It's time. It's been over a year since we watched one. So let's just see. He's a perma bear, from what y'all say. I have a different take on him.
All right. Today is Sunday, the 4th of May.
CBC
Happy
comment?
Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. I know the day's already over, so I hope you had a good 4th of May, but for viewers in Hawaii, maybe you still got a little bit of time to enjoy it. But this is a
Today's
recap
Revenge
of
of
the
the
stock market
Sixth.
activities for the
Get
week
it?
that was and an outlook for the week to come. And folks, I got a good one for you tonight. Now, I want to begin this show with, of course, the most important news that we got today, which is legendary investor, the man who pretty much inspired all of us to get into this business to begin with, Warren Buffett is going to retire. It is, of course, an end of an era. Because when you think about this man,
KW is
let's
halted
think
up.
about a sports analogy. You think about Babe Ruth or Michael Jordan or Muhammad Ali. They're the best who ever played the game in their field in sports. And if investing was a sport, Warren Buffett will be on top and nobody else comes even close. And I don't think we're going to see anybody who's going to replicate the performance and the success and the wisdom that Warren Buffett and his investors enjoyed. And of course, we got to learn something from it. But as I said before in the previous video when we talked about Warren Buffett, actions speak louder than words. And when you see the cash pile that Berkshire Hathaway is raising, of course, throughout the years, Berkshire Hathaway been raising cash consistently. And we all know why Warren Buffett loves
3 minutes
value
on this
and he
KWE.
looks for
Should be
really deep
interesting.
value before he invests, and he'll take his time. He's the guy who said, think about it as a baseball bat. You don't have to swing every time. You only swing when you know you're going to hit. You only swing for the right one. And he's willing to wait. But we haven't seen Berkshire Hathaway raising this much cash. This acceleration of raising cash, now we're almost at $350 billion. I think at some point they want to raise $500 billion. And why would you do that if the economy is doing great and the market is going to go higher and everything is going to be beautiful in the next few years? It doesn't make sense because they're raising all of that cash, awaiting bad economic times, bad markets for a little while. And then they're looking for a point when we see real blood in the streets, extreme pain that meets extreme pessimism. And then they're going to begin to find opportunities. Of course, whether Warren Buffett is going to be with us at that time or not, who knows? Berkshire Hathaway is going to be led by somebody else anyways. But we all know that Buffett's influence dominates Berkshire's mentality, regardless of who leads the company. Now, folks, in this show, I'm going to concentrate the conversation on the market. Do we see the macroeconomics developments that we got throughout the week or the earnings
1 minute
developments that we
on
got
this
throughout the week as good or bad for the stock market? Do we try to
Really
weigh the
nasty
risk
drop,
versus reward
bounce
in
off
this
the
market? Of course, we're going to talk about macro when
Anyone
we do
have
that,
the
but we
resumption
have
quote? Is it
produced videos throughout the week for
650?
members
Is it flat?
discussing all of the macro that we got. So consider joining us, folks, and unlock these videos and watch them. But we're going to have a great discussion here for you tonight.
KTT
Let's begin
off
with
a
this.
cliff. Kids
of course,
high
we
day.
all read the headlines.
Watch
of,
that one.
We got the worst stock market performance
618
since
gapping down.
1930. And fast forward, a couple of weeks later, we get one intense rally that is the best, longest winning streak in the S&P 500 in 20 years. And the beauty of the contrast between these two headlines stems from two things. Number one, the political biases. Of course, so if you're against the current administration, you are concentrating more on the previous headline, the worst performance in 30 years. If you happen to be a proponent of the current administration, you of course try to dismiss the previous headline, and now you're jerking off to this headline right here that we have the best S&P 500 rebound in 20 years. And this is why, by the way, this country is going to collapse at some point, because we're that stupid. We're that divided. We have no objectivity at all. But that's number one. Number two, the beauty of the contrast from these headlines, that this is a clear illustration that we are in a bear market. Bear markets are known for having steep and painful
Kids high
declines,
day.
breaking trends,
78,
etc. But they're also known
75,
for really sharp
76,
rebounds.
77.
And it comes from, of course, something we talked about numerous times in the
80
show. We
break,
talked about how the
89.
shorts sit in a profitable position, and then you have a reason to incentivize them to close that position.
Bullshit,
and
Phil.
what profits that short covering causes. It's the reason behind these sharp rebounds that we see in a bear market. But then you get to the question of, are we in the path of recovery, or are we in the path of continuing
Scalping
in the
it.
bear market? And the key
Oh,
to
what's this
answering that
KWE?
is what happens after the shorts cover. Do we see other players on the table joining the market and buying it? We're talking about the institutional investor. We're talking about the retail investor. We're talking about the traders.
thought of dropped
If they
same
don't
trail
follow
thing.
up with
Yeah, I
confidence
heard
and
the
conviction,
news that it
then the
did that.
rebound
I need to
dies
watch it.
and the bear market resumes. But it is really difficult to navigate a bear market. Not a lot of people know how to play it because they think they're geniuses when the market is easy and the Fed is manipulating the market and the bond
And,
market is
yep,
being
got my eye
manipulated
on
by
that
the
one as
Treasury
well.
Department. And you see just an easy path upward. But when it comes hard like this, it's
Broke that
confusing.
diagonal.
It's difficult to navigate. So the trick is to avoid in the rebound to avoid bear traps, and when the stocks decline or the market declines sharply, you got to avoid being too greedy in your shorts and avoiding not participating in these rebounds because they're juicy, they produce a lot of profits. I think so far we've done a good job in this channel. For example, when we got the GDP, I said this downside in the market is not convincing, and I think it's a bear trap. And guess what? It was. And we made a video about it, escaping the GDP bear trap. Well, gee, how did we know it would be a bear trap? Because we have guidelines, we have indicators, we have rebound checklists that we look at. So you wake up in the morning after the GDP reading and you see the market down. You see the indicators all pointing out that the rebound shall continue. And trusting the indicator pays dividend and lessens the degree that you're going to make bad decisions or wrong timing kind of decisions, which is really, really hard to avoid in a bear market. The question now becomes, did we see a bull trap on Friday's session? Because Friday we got the jobs data and we got some positive news on the trade front. And we've seen more participation in buying by other players on the table besides the shorts. Was it a bull trap? There is a lot of evidence that it is. We're going to look at the indicators in a minute and make a judgment. But I think the main reason this is going to be a bull trap, indeed turns out to be that case, is that the market is going to shift from the focus on the trade war and focus more on the Trump versus Powell dynamic. Now, if you guys recall, if you traded 2018, the trade war with China caused a lot of chaos and market downturn. But then it cooled off. Things began to cool off, the narrative began to get better, and the market started to recover little by little by little. But then the market faced another dilemma, which is Trump versus Powell, round number one, which Trump won, of course. When Jerome Powell, who was hired by Trump, by the way, was raising interest rates to normalize the interest rate policy, and Trump did not like that, and we've seen the market flushing down again. The resolution happened after Jerome Powell decided to fold and say, okay, I don't need to raise rates or normalize anymore. And the parallels are really important because what we're going through right now is not any different than 2018, but it is more intense and the stakes are much, much, much higher. And if you guys remember, last year I said that when folks said that Trump is going to do this, he's going to fix the economy, he's going to fix the market, tariffs this, tariff that, I said he cannot replicate the same policies from the first term. And the reason is he's playing in a different terrain now, given the inflation dynamics. And so far, we're proven right, because it's been a disaster. But I think the market right now, since we got some cooling off in the trade front, the market will shift the focus toward the Fed versus the White House. We have an FOMC meeting coming out this week. And if we see the result of that meeting and the decision that comes with it, a resumption of the conflict between White House and Federal Reserve, we will see the market flushing down again. And that's going to be the reason behind the bull trap. But before we add more color to this conversation, because I have all of the evidence for you, we're going to discuss bullish reasons for the market versus bearish reasons based on the macro and the things that we've seen throughout the week. But before we segue to that, I want to address something important, because this is not just one comment, this is a common comment that I've been getting recently. This comes from Robert Molina, who's been a viewer with us for a long, long time, so his comment holds more weight than somebody who just joined me 2 months ago. But it is upsetting because, here it is, the only issue is MAV seems to be the mostly bearish most of the time. Mostly bearish most of the time. One hand, he says we need a recession to wipe out inflation. The market needs to come down and valuations are going to matter. And when it does, he's talking about me now. Bitch. I say Trump bad, White House bad, see what they're doing, everything's going to collapse, the dollar is done, stagflation, yada, yada. Robert says yields are going to drop, China's going to make a deal, status quo will return. And I think that's what the market is pumping on. So one step at a time. Am I mostly bearish on the economy and the markets? Yes, because of the inevitable at the end. But we had pretty good positions throughout the years, and folks who've been following us know that. We had really good long positions, and we played themes. In 23, for example, the construction theme. In the third quarter of last year, I stop getting the majority of my pension in GMB gold. And I stated the reasons why I've done that, and so far so good, beating the market. Now I'm advocating, and I'm telling you what I'm doing. I think the bullish opportunity is in the currency market, in accumulating more yen and Swiss franc. They will appreciate, of course, because the dollar goes down, which means that some commodities will also appreciate in value. So we've been bullish certain things throughout the years, and the records speak for itself. Everybody who's been watching the channel for a long time knows that. Now, as far as saying that, I used to say that recession is needed to wipe out inflation and valuation is going to matter. We have to do it for the sake of the country, and of course, the sooner when you get an
And then
inflation
as soon as I
episode
exit,
in any
it goes
economy,
right back up.
the sooner you get a recession, because recession is the natural remedy of inflation, the sooner you get it, the milder it is, and the faster the recovery. But when you try to play cute games such as soft landing by the Fed, you might buy yourself a little bit more time, and the market recovers a little bit, and the economy avoids a recession for a little bit, but then you create a stagflation problem. And in time, the market crashes, the economy goes into a recession, but this time the magnitude of the hit is much, much deeper. The recession is more aggressive than, let's say, had we accepted it back in 22. That perspective never changed. So I don't understand the challenge here, because I never flip-flopped and said, oh, you know what, inflation is great right now. We don't need a recession anymore. We don't need to get the market down anymore. And this is why when you say that I say Trump bad, White House bad, all I'm saying is, and I said that last year, by the way,
got some
I'm
levels.
anti-tariff.
This
It's a dumb
KWE really
policy
has got
that doesn't
me
make sense at all.
interested with
All
that
of you guys
720
heard
potential
Warren
break.
Buffett's perspective in the trade war
I don't
on
know if it goes
tariffs
or not,
over the
but-
weekend. Tariffs are stupid, and tariffs are inflationary.
It's very
They cause
interesting.
prices to go higher on the consumer. So explain to me why I'm contradicting myself here, because I'm not. I'm saying inflation is bad. We need a recession to fix it. And what tariffs are going to do is stagflation.
That's true.
Going to exacerbate the chances of a recession, but also exacerbates the chance of inflation. And that's a dumb policy. You don't want to do that. You can't praise that policy. No matter what your political biases are, the economic policy is bad, period. And it was handled with such chaos and lack of planning that now things are beginning to backfire. And hence the capitulation, the folding, etc. So the truth to be told, I didn't change. I didn't flip my positions. I'm still the same guy. Same positions, same beliefs, same everything. But you know who changed? It's you guys. You guys changed. Last year, you were bearish because of a certain administration. Now, all of a sudden, you're bullish. You said the market is going to go up, China's going to do a deal, bond yields will go, not going to drop again, etc. You guys, when last year said that the manipulation of the bond market is bad, now this year, oh, it's actually good. Last year, insider trading was bad. This year, it's okay. It's fine. Last year, corruption was bad. This year, oh, it's totally fine right now. Dismantling freedom of speech. Last year was bad. This year, it's good. You guys can roll that way if you'd like, but this is not my style. I'm here to give you objectivity, rationale, and challenge you by offering a different perspective than most. I present my evidence and my
it knows when I'm
reasoning
about
for
to
that
hit the
every
sell
day.
button.
And the problem
It's
is,
kinda
folks,
nuts.
you keep it up and keep making excuses to all of this, and I promise you, that's a promise. In less than 4 years, your next president is going to be Gavin Newsom and AOC, and that's going to be a disaster. But it's going to be so bad, Trump is going to screw up so bad that people in this country will gravitate toward the extreme left as a solution. And then you got nobody else to blame but yourself. Because you could have stood up and said, you know what? This is not what I voted for. This is wrong, not going to excuse it, and I'm going to make my voice heard. Maybe it will influence the administration to change course before it's too late. And the other point, again, it will be easier for me just to tell you what you want to hear, because the truth is, last year when we were criticizing the Biden administration's policies, we lost a lot of Democratic viewers. Didn't want to listen to the channel anymore, didn't want to subscribe to it, didn't want to be a member in it. And this year when we're criticizing the other side, the Trump administration, all of a sudden the viewers who liked this channel last year are now turning against it. And I'm not going to hide it from you. It is costing me, right? It's costing me members, subscribers when I say these things. But I don't really care for two reasons. Number one, why would I stand for something or defend something that doesn't make sense, that I don't agree with, just to please the audience?
There we
Again,
go.
not my style. Number two, I always believed in this, that the blessed dollar goes further than a cursed million. So sure, maybe it costs us a little bit, but at least we're telling the truth.
Pony
And we
coming
have
up
a
at
clean
1168.
conscience
That's the
because of
next
that. And
level.
try to explain to me this, by the way. Right, GDP comes out, stock market goes down big. Your boy comes out and says, oh, this is Biden's market. This is Biden's economy. In the afternoon, as we said, it's a bear trap.
Hey,
We're
he's
gonna go
keeping it
higher again.
real.
We
Gotta
go
give the
higher,
man
closing
props.
positive. He comes out and says, oh, this is my market now. And today, Trump came out in the Sunday shows saying that he takes credit for the good parts of the economy, blames the bad parts on Biden. Try to twist yourself into a pretzel and tell me that this is right or this is the correct behavior from the leader of this economy in this country right now. Furthermore, the guy's falling into
Children
easy
don't need to
traps,
have $30.
amateur
They
mistakes.
can have 3.
You
They don't
know it,
need-
and I know it. I'm
Jeez.
willing to admit it. A lot
probably
of you
bad-
will not. That's
bad
okay.
take there,
'cause
bud.
Political biases are strong, and it's hard to give up. But listen to this.
Hymns
We've all
going.
heard these headlines when he came out and said, maybe you children, because the tariffs against China will cause a lot of gifts and toys and Christmas to be not available and become more expensive. So he said, instead of buying 30 dolls to your children, maybe you buy two.
I
Which
see
is
like
an added touch, Marie Antoinette kind of
sloppy there, right?
comment. And think about the political ads that the opposite side is going to do when the midterms come. You're just handing them all of the ads.
That's true.
All what they have to do is just play that. Or the billionaire president think that your kids should have less dolls and less toys and accept living with less. It's not going to work.
I look forward to
It's
meeting
gonna
with
end in
Prime
a
Minister
disaster,
of Canada,
but
Mark
maybe
Carney.
you need to see it
I
to
very
believe
much
it.
want to
Anyhow,
work with him,
let's
but
go
can
back
understand
to
one
the main
simple
topic
truth.
of this video, which is how do we assess the
Why is
market? right now?
America
Full
subsidizing
crap,
Canada by
market,
$200
recovery,
billion
what do we do
a
at this
year,
point?
in
I'm gonna
addition
state
to
for
giving
you
them
the
free
bullish
military
developments that-
protection and many other things? We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything they have other than their friendship, which hopefully we will always maintain. They, on the other hand, need everything from us. The Prime Minister will be arriving shortly, and that will be most likely my only question of consequence.
think happened
Trump.
this week toward the market and the bearish developments too. Let's begin with the jobs report, which is both bullish and bearish for the market. Why? Let's explain. Bullish because the jobs report, while we had a lot of concerns
there's the
about federal government workers,
break.
which we see huge declines as a result of Doge. Yet at the
68.
same time, we have themes in this
We didn't
economy
really
that
do
are
anything
really,
with it,
really
though.
strong and
Check it
sustainable.
out.
I talked about that numerous
Where am I
times.
on the day?
Last year,
500
23,
bucks.
22, I've been talking about it, that we are an aging nation. And we're going to need a lot of healthcare services jobs. And you cannot really, I mean, you're not going to shoot the seniors, right? You're going to have to still have taxpayers pay for their medicine and for their care and all of that. So we need workers. And recession, no recession.
push through this level?
Stagflation, no stagflation. You still need those jobs. You're still going to have to pay for them. So we see that other sectors in the
KTTA
economy
is
did
getting
produce
absolutely
jobs, according to this
dumped
reading,
on.
mostly coming from health services and private education. And all in all, the economy created over 170,000 jobs last month. What was the dominant fear in the market in the last few weeks? Recession fears. Oh, we're going to dip into a recession. The clearest sign that we're dipping into a recession, which is the final piece of evidence, by the way. This is why we look at unemployment as a lagging indicator. But when you see unemployment moving higher, and specifically when you begin to see loss of jobs, that becomes validation toward the recession fears. But when you see a number that blew past the estimates in a positive way, it soothes down the recession fears, and this is why the market rebounded on Friday. Now, why is the jobs number bearish for the market too? Because look at the result. Before the jobs number, the odds of a rate cut in the upcoming meeting by the Federal Reserve held the highest odds. After the reading, the odds now favor no cuts, meaning that when Jay Powell comes out this week, he's not going to cut. And that's going to resume, number one, going to resume the White House versus the Fed, which is chaotic, and the market doesn't like that at all. The market doesn't like when the White House attacks the Fed and threatens to fire the chairman. Number two, we all know that there are corners in the economy that are falling apart right now, and they need interest rate cuts. They need stimulation. They're not going to have it. And the market is not going to like the prospects of no rate cuts or delaying rate cuts. The market wants to see
Wow,
rate cuts
just
right now.
absolute
We go back to the board and we ask the question, though,
thievery
why
on
would the
these
Federal
bills.
Reserve hold the policy in this upcoming meeting and not cut? Well, how about in our bearish reasons, inflation? What are we talking about? We got core PCE just this week or last week, and here's the reading. U.S. core PCE prices advanced actual up 3.5%. The forecast was 3.1%.
Oh, they dropped the offering
so
zero?
beating
I
the
didn't
estimate.
see that
And the
one.
previous reading was
That makes sense
2.6%.
then.
So inflation is going in the wrong direction. Inflation is moving up, not down.
Didn't they have
Likewise,
news
when you
out
look at
today,
the
too?
index
That's
for
like the
traded
worst
food
kind, man.
commodities, this has been sticky. It didn't go down, and it appears that it's heading its way
positive
higher.
news, and
That
then
is the
drop an
case.
offering.
That's yet another
That's a
evidence
sign
that
of an
inflation is still
absolute
here.
asshole company.
Inflation, matter of fact, is accelerating. Now, we all know that tariffs are inflationary. We talked about how 75% of respondents in the poll, 75%, the majority, know that tariffs will cause increases in pricing, aka increasing in inflation, which can handicap
gosh.
the Fed from cutting rates. We have new polling this week, and in the question of the impact of the Trump handling of the tariffs, 64% disapprove. 71% of respondents say that it's going to have a negative effect on inflation, meaning pushing inflation higher. 71%. That's in alignment with the polls that we've seen last week. How about creating manufacturing jobs? 59% say positive. So it's not all bad, but as we said before, is it worth it? Is the price worth it to create a few manufacturing jobs that will be taken over by AI sooner than later? And manufacturing is a tiny little contribution to our economy anyways. Anyhow, the impact on Trump handling of tariffs on U.S. economic leadership, 56% have a negative view on that. So again, my views and my opinions are in alignment with the majority of the U.S. public, including, by the way, soon enough, Republicans. They're going to come around. It's just going to take them a little bit of time. In the same poll that we got from ABC, roughly 47% of Republicans think that tariffs will negatively impact inflation. 47%, almost half, understand and acknowledge that. And this number is going to go higher and higher as you begin to see the actual impact of the tariffs on the stuff that you buy every day, every week, when your kids go to school, back to school. You'll see all of that. And more people are going to have a negative view toward the tariffs, of course. It is causing higher inflation.
I don't know what he's saying.
Another piece of evidence that we got this week that says, hey, Fed, don't do it. Don't cut rates. Even if it means that the White House is going to be pissed off. We got the manufacturing PMI. And this is the most important part.
No, it is
Chris
not.
Williamson, the chief economist at the S&P, says concerns have also spiked in terms of input cost. This is, of course, among manufacturers, especially for imported materials and components. Due to the triple whammy of tariff-related price hikes, supply shortages, and a weaker dollar. Listen to this. It's very important. Manufacturers are responding to these changing demand, supply, and cost conditions by raising their selling prices and trimming headcount to help protect their margins. In other words, more inflation is coming your way, baby. There's no way you're going to avoid that. And again, was I ever an advocate for inflation, or did I ever say that inflation is good? Never. Inflation destroys the working class of any economy. It only rewards the rich. So keep that in mind. But again, more and more evidence that inflation is going to be a big challenge. And it's extremely high risk for the Fed to cut rates right now. I think that's going to be bad for the market if the Fed doesn't cut rates this week. Because on the other hand, this is what we have. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal. It reads, middle-income consumers feel pinched. That is bad for some of America's best-known brands. We've seen anything that has consumer exposure and earnings this week was disastrous. And we made a video this week. We talked about the MEC recession. The McDonald's earnings showed that sales in the U.S. are down over 3%. Consumers so broke and so uncertain that they cannot even afford McDonald's, which traditionally is recession-proof. That's how bad the economy really is. But even with that, the Federal Reserve cannot cut rates right now. Now we go back to the board. In our bullish reasons that counters the inflation narrative on the bearish side is OPEC+. So we got the news that Saudi Arabia was frustrated by some countries in OPEC Plus organization who were not really holding the quotas, the cuts. So Saudi cuts, the prices go up. Other producers like Iraq, like Kazakhstan, UAE, and many others begin pumping more, taking advantage of higher prices, making more revenue while Saudi doesn't enjoy as much benefit. So now what they're doing is using the so-called nuclear option of, hey, we're going to pump the market with a lot of supply right now, crush the prices down and see what the reaction is. Maybe you're going to learn your lesson this time. Again, the more they abuse the nuclear option, the more it becomes ineffective. But this time around, it's still effective in dropping oil prices down, or we'll see if there is a change by the other producers or not. Here's more details for you. And keep in mind that lower oil prices is the positive side. It's the only positive things that are happening in inflation right now is crude oil is down. Anyhow, here's the details for you. The latest hike of more than 400,000 barrels a day from June matched a similar increase announced last month when the group made the shock decision to bring back triple the planned volume for May. The alliance, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, has been reversing prolonged output curbs that were meant to support prices, but which costed market share to rival drillers. After the meeting, Saudi Arabia signaled further similar-sized increases could follow, according to the delegates. The move by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Nations and its allies has stoked bumper trading volumes, with around 180,000 lots of Brent traded across the curve in the first half an hour of Asian session. Which, by the way, tells me that maybe oil is down so much that it is at least a swing trading opportunity. I mean, you look at the chart of light crude here. It is gapping below the lower Bollinger Bands, but holding sort of a double bottom right now. And I'm going to take an opportunity Monday. There's no guarantee it's going to work out, but I'm going to take a shot. And I'm going to buy some contracts of crude oil futures, betting that we're going to have a swing rebound. But again, we go back to the board. The fact that OPEC Plus is going to war among each other, civil war, that means good news about inflation. But is it enough? That's what the challenge is going to be in the FOMC this week. Going back to the board, what is bullish? Trade war peak. What are we talking about? You escalate things and it gets crazy and as chaotic and intense as it can. But at some point, you can't escalate anymore. And we already got word from China. They're not going to escalate. They're going to ignore any more extra tariffs that the Trump administration is going to impose. And the Trump administration so far did not hit China back
up.
when China said we're going to increase the tariffs on U.S. goods by 125%. So at least we have a ceiling for what the tariff rate is going to be. And now we're beginning to get some good news, such as the Canadian Prime Minister. He's visiting the White House this week to discuss trade. And maybe there is a glimpse of hope that we could get a deal or some sort of an agreement. Likewise, on Friday, we got China. China says it is open to trade talks, but high tariffs remain an obstacle. So at least China is also saying, hey, we're open. We want to talk about it. And of course, Trump signals willingness to lower China tariffs at some point, though. That's the good news. That maybe we've already seen
a 5-minute cut and go with that 94 break. War,
and now it's going to ease up a little bit. On the other hand, we go back to the board. What is bearish? It's Trump's psychology. What are we talking about? Here it is. Headline from Fox News reads, Trump says he will not drop the tariffs to get China to the negotiation table. And China made it clear, we're not going to come to the negotiation table without removing the tariffs.
That's true.
Lowering the tariffs. Well, now Trump says, I'm not going to do it. And if the market continues to go higher and rebound, he might be encouraged to resume the hostility again. Another headline for you from Axios. Trump says tariffs could be permanent, but strikes softer note on China. Now, you can be as optimistic as you want on the trade front that, Canada might make a deal, China might make a deal, India might make a deal. Good. Here's the problem, though. The goal from the policy is to replace or reduce income taxes as a source of revenue for the government and replace that with tariffs. If that is the goal, then you cannot really reduce the tariffs dramatically. They have to stay high and they have to be permanent. And we can play these games of, a rebound in the market because of optimism. But sooner or later, the reality sinks in that these tariffs are permanent. Maybe they're not going to do 145%. That's not sustainable, but they're going to go to 50 or even 30. That's still too much. That's still going to reduce growth by a lot. We already see the impact on the changes in consumer behavior. So the headline reads, dumpster fire. Retailers urge shoppers to buy now before the tariffs raise prices. And a lot of shoppers are doing this right now. Talk to any dealership, all of a sudden business went higher because folks are like, if I want to buy a car, better buy it right now before it's 25% more expensive. If I want to buy a washing machine, I want to buy a fridge or buy anything, better buy it now before it gets more expensive. And that's going to spike retail sales temporarily, of course. What it's going to do, tariff or no tariff down the line, is the consumer already front-loaded the spending, so we're going to have a quiet ghost town summer, maybe beyond spending by the consumer. And that's going to be bad. That's going to fluff up corporate earnings and cause the market to go higher. Let's go back to the board. Among our bullish reasons, earnings. And among our bearish reasons, also earnings. With a really important distinction. The bullish earnings are B2B, business to business. The bearish side is earnings when business to consumer, B2C, is the main focus. So we talked about McDonald's, we talked about Starbucks, we talked about Harley Davidson, we talked about Chipotle, we talked about Mondelez, we talked about PepsiCo, we talked about Coke. Many of the companies, retail businesses, consumer brands are saying the consumer is so afraid that they're beginning to cut spending. And that's recessionary. That's bearish. That's not bullish. But of course, disparity in the economy is not just between the affluent consumer, the 1%, and the rest of us. We see the disparity within the stock market and within corporations. The have and have-nots. And the have-nots are businesses that have any exposure to the consumer. But businesses that buy and sell among each other are doing fine. But of course, there is one problem, that even among the Max 7 or the big cap technology stocks or the companies that we have,
forgot all about
Meta,
this.
Microsoft. These companies are mostly B2B. And we got earnings from these companies and they look fine. And these companies are spending still like a drunken sailor. Most important finding this week is despite all this uncertainty that we have, these companies have yet keyword yet, to cut CapEx. In Meta, for example, they're actually doubling down and increasing CapEx. Okay, maybe we're talking about 50 billion here, 80 billion there, 100 billion there. That money's going to go somewhere and cause economic benefit. Hold that thought, because on the other side, you have Apple and Amazon. Apple, of course, B2C. If the consumer is weak, we got a problem. And this is why Apple was the worst performer after earnings. Everything is stagnant in the company, and this is, of course, the biggest weight in the stock market. Everything is stagnant, including, by the way, the theft revenue, aka the services revenue, where they steal from other people's work just because, which is coming under scrutiny, by the way, here and in Europe, which is a good thing. But even that revenue, which was the biggest source of growth in Apple, has now slowed down dramatically. And of course, you have Amazon. AWS is high growth, B2B, but AWS is a small component of Amazon's earnings when you pin it against, let's say, North America sales or international sales. Both are stagnant and heading down. And this is why Amazon performed worse after earnings. Caught a little bit of a rebound Friday because everything did, but if I had to bet, I would say that Amazon goes down again because of that B2C exposure. You don't want that. Now you got to focus on B2B. So no more B2C. Let's talk about B2B. The problem, of course, with these companies is they're going to spend like a drunken sailor. For example, Microsoft, when I did the earnings review this week for the members, I showed you that CapEx growth year on year, 35.7%. On the other hand, operating income growth is only 16%, which is not bad, but there's a huge gap between CapEx and op income. And any problem in the economy, any slowdown in consumption, any slowdown in buying, you're going to see a problem right away in these kind of stocks because profitability will go down, will plummet dramatically. We'll have the same problem that we had with these names back in 22. Of course, they're going to respond to reducing CapEx, but that's going to be late. That's going to be after the stock is already down 20, 30, 40%. So I'm not suggesting that Google, Meta, Microsoft are good places to be, even though Microsoft at least cut CapEx spending a little bit. But I'm talking about what they're spending on. And there are three types of companies they're spending on. You got your chips components like NVIDIA, AMAT, Micron, ASML, Lam Research, and many more. You have data center spending like Broadcom, Arista, Vertiv, Dell, Digital Realty, and many more. Then you have the energy side of data center spending, which is Vestra, GE, Vernova, Constellation Energy. The problem with the chip spending is a lot of that was already front-loaded in 23 and 24. The company's already stocked up in chips. And the only way that we will see stimulation in spending in chips and equipment to make chips is if they lower the prices, if NVIDIA lowers the price dramatically, which will cause contraction in margins, and that's not going to be good for the stock. The same thing in data centers. You got to be careful here with the data centers because a lot of that spending was also front-loaded. And it's going to be really, really sensitive to more economic weakness. And the companies would say,
I can't just get a groove today. It's like
data center equipments for now.
Red, green, red, green, red, green
corner to be in here or to chase. But the energy corner is more interesting because they have to secure the sources of energy to their planned data centers now. And the fact that they're spending, they didn't cut any spending, Meta, Google, Microsoft, even Amazon spending, insane CapEx gap between CapEx and op income. But anyways, a lot of that money is going to the companies that are producing energy for data centers. And right now, the leaders are Vestra, GE, Vernova, Constellation. So if you must chase anything from what we got from earnings this week, I think the energy corner makes more sense. Now, bear in mind that we have earnings coming for these companies, so maybe you want to wait and see what they have to say before you hop in. And now that we talked about the market dynamics, given the macro and the earnings that we got this week, let's segue to the strategy. What do we do with this market right now? Because last week, the strategy was pretty much this trade right here. We sold the credit spread, call credit spread in the SPY. So we sold the 555. We bought the 560. The expiration date was April 28. And then we bought the 555 calls. We sold the 560 for the expiration date of the second. What I call as the Maverick Wing strategy. We paid about $1.20 a piece. But guess what? Comes Monday, market pulls back. We capture the entirety of the credit from the spread. And then by Friday, we're trading above 560. You leave that leg to expire and you net $5. So we turned $1.20 a piece to $5 by the end of the week. That is a triple-digit gain. What do we do this week? Here's my weekend note in my Discord. I said since we got double rescue, the market is technically extended and ready to.
We're playing with ourselves here. Let's go. Let's move it.
Bearish exposure via the bearish legs in Apple and Amazon in the lotto tickets.
Let's go break
So
5!
before earnings, I give you these
Let's
lotto
go break
tickets.
it!
We try to play a neutral strategy. We don't care if the stack goes up or down so long as it goes
4.
beyond what the market maker is pricing in. We net profits, so we do that via double calendar spreads or inverse Iron Condor spreads. We've done those on Apple. We've done those on Amazon. I gave you some advanced strategies
holding
too that
up
I
now.
followed, like the calendar Jade
price.
Lizard or the Bear Core Ladder in combination
As I
of
say that,
the
it
calendar
freaking
put
flicks
spread
down.
on Amazon, which I think it's going to be a phenomenal trade if Amazon continues to go down all the way to the 16th because they only cost 20 cents. So we want to keep the bearish legs of these trades open in case the market go down. We benefit from that. Number 2, back to the note. The Microsoft Lotto ticket has to be closed today, yet Microsoft chart is very extended above the upper Bollinger Band, so I decided to close the whole calendar call
Weird
spread at
movement on this
420,
thing.
netting about $1.6 in credit, and I sold credit spread for
90
next
break.
week by selling the 435 calls. I'm buying the 440 calls, netting a credit off 2.35. So this was a result of a lotto ticket that we've done a double calendar. And this is the downside of doing a double calendar strategy, is we picked the call leg as 420. Well, guess what? Amazon blew past 420. So what happens now is that you're obligated for the leg that you sold
this
for
Maverick
this
guy?
week or the week that was.
I think
you
what
can,
he-
you can hold
I
on to
like
the,
him more
the leg
than-
that
I
you got
don't
for next
listen
week.
to
It's
him
going to cost you a
religiously,
lot
like
to
it's-
buy the leg that you
but
sold for this week. Because the double
I think he
calendar
does have
strategy
good
is
takes
usually
on the
shorter
economy.
expiration date calls
Chat-
and puts, and
certain
then
people
buy
in
a
chat
longer
just think
date
he's a
call or
perma
put
bear.
the same
It's not the
strike
case.
price. But if the stock goes beyond the boundaries that you picked, then it ruins the whole trade. But look at Microsoft's chart, daily chart. We're gapping above the upper Bollinger Bands. And this is why I decided to
Yeah.
shift the strategy toward the
He's not
credit
like, I
spread.
don't put him at the
That
same
way,
level
there's
as Kim
pullback.
by
And
any
again,
chance.
it's
Kim,
reasonable and
croissant,
rational
croissant.
for the chart to pull back.
Suck on his
to go
toes at
within
night.
the Bollinger Bands.
This guy's
And
fun
if
to
that
listen to.
happens, we net the entirety of the credit.
That's the
We net
category I put him in.
235, and we already got $1.60 from the trade that we're already done. We go back to the note. Number
Probably
3,
like Tom
since the
Shirley,
SPY
Tesla
200 DMA became a psychological
Maybe.
target,
It's
you look at the
definitely
chart right
consolidating.
here,
I
the
like it a
S&P
lot.
500, really close to the 200 days moving average. Maybe
Actually, I have
the
a
market wants to
squeeze for me.
retest the 200 before
That's
it
a
makes up
5-minute
its
cut
mind
there,
or
1263
retreat
break. Good
or
juices.
reverse. So we need some bullish exposure, but I don't want to spend too much on it. So here's what I did. I bought the
MACD's down,
575,
though, so you
75
could get the
call
break.
spread
TGen
expiration
Tango
date May
Golf Echo
6th.
November
Yeah.
note to social media circulations of any long idea on a company's uplisting. Note is today. Also, partnership with VRT and being circulated. TGEN.
TGEN uplisting is today? Huh.
And then I financed the trade by selling the 575-580 call credit spread for a longer dated expiration date, which is the 9th. All in all, costing me 30 cents to play. And this is, by the way, the inverse of what we've done last week. So last week, we bought a call credit spread for a longer expiration date, and we sold the credit for a shorter. This week, I did the opposite. So here's what I said. I did this because I think short term, we might hit the 200 DMA, but the chart will stall and reverse after that. Do your homework and follow only if you agree, because I could be an absolute donkey about this. So I don't have a lot of conviction in this, but this is the trade right here. For the 6th, again, you're buying the 570, you're selling the 575. And for the 9th, you're selling the 575, buying the 580. All in all, it costs you 30 cents. If the SPY trades above 570 before or on the 6th of this month, you net profits from this trade. If not, you only had exposure for 30 cents. So we didn't overinvest. So that is the strategy for the week, but let's do some technical analysis here because the indicators are going to be really important. We begin with the rebound checklist. We have Dixie stability. We want to see stability in the US dollar. We don't want to see it flushing down like past few weeks because that's indicative of dumping of the US dollar, aka resumption of the
just
recession
about to hit
fears here.
something.
Then we got gold pullback. What that means is we need to see outflows out of gold, which was the defensive / resources safety during the chaos in the market. But we need to see that money rotating back into equities.
LITM, big pop.
Absent of
Watch that
we
one.
got
I
a
don't know what's up
problem.
with that.
Then we had the VIX 2-hour MACD, which has to be updated now.
This is
We
going
don't
to
look at the daily
be
chart, but the
a
2-hour
bull trap,
did
I
its
believe.
job
That's
in
just
making us
LITM,
avoid
leave it
falling
India.
into a bear
We
trap
just talked
last
about
Thursday.
MACDs
So I can
down,
show
so
you those
kind of
charts in a minute, but we got HYG above the 200 DMA. You want to see credit
Screwed that up
stability,
so bad.
we didn't
I
want to
knew
see
that
a
was gonna
recovery above
happen.
the 200 DMA means a recovery, but we'll look at the chart in a minute. Crude above 64, that's not happening, at least not right now. We want to see the 10-year yield also below 4.3 because if yields continue to spike, then that's indicative of two things. The Federal Reserve not cutting rates, and number two, the dumping of bonds being resumed. The last condition or rebound checklist is we want to see Bitcoin still trading above the 200 DMA and not reversing in a bad way. So let's look at some of these charts right here, beginning with the dollar. The dollar faced the 20 days moving average. You see that wide line between the Bollinger Bands?
Winston,
That's
I
the 20
screwed it
days
up.
moving average. And it looks right now, at least, that there is sort
he's
of a
trying to get
rejection
back up
going
there.
on. And as the
It's
dollar
kinda
goes
crazy.
down, you see stock futures also going down with it. On the other hand, we'll keep an
The
open
MACD
mind
really
because
needs
this
to
could be a
swamp up.
formation of an inverse head and shoulder pattern. We look at the gold futures chart. What do we see here? We talked about the bear flag formation. We broke below. I still think that gold has a good chance of revisiting the 50 days moving average in blue, but at least tonight, gold futures are trading higher while the dollar goes down. And again, that's not good for the equities market because you want to see all of that
Flipping.
fear money that got into gold to rotate back into equities. And if that's not happening, we see more inflows into gold. That's going to be a negative because it's going to come at the market's expense. Sell your stocks, buy gold. And we'll look at the VIX chart. Again, we're going to look at the daily, not the 2 hours. The 2 hours did its job for this week. Now we look at the daily chart of the VIX. We have a gap, which I'm going to call the rebound zone. You need to see the VIX lasting through that rebound zone and going down in a flush to have any confirmation that the rebound or the
faith.
market is bullish right now. But if we see a rebound in the VIX at this point, at this
It's just
zone,
I don't like
it's gonna
trading
be
against the
problematic
MACD.
because it's going to indicate that we have a second wave or a second leg in the pop that we've
It
seen
could
in the
flip
VIX
if it keeps
in the month of
pushing.
April.
Absolutely.
You're going to see
That's
another
how
one
it
in June,
flips, but
maybe as soon as May. So we'll keep an
that
eye.
first one
You
got
look at
me.
the HYG, high yield corporate bond ETF, touched the 200, but then began to trade down. For now, just an early little warning sign, but it's not saying that, oh, we lost 78, which
What's up
at
with
that point it will be okay. The HYG is
gas?
reversing down. That's negative for the equities market. So we'll keep it in mind for now. Then we'll look at the 10-year bond yield. We talked about the falling wedge pattern. We got a pop on Friday because of the jobs number, which is indicative that the Fed is not going to cut rates. And oh, by the way, we might resume dumping bonds. That's not good for the market. You need to see yields not flushing down either, but you need them to stabilize right underneath 4.3%. Then we'll look at Bitcoin, still above the 200 days moving average in orange. That's the line of the 200 days moving average. Still above 92,000. Still have sort of a bull flag pattern, but the problem is, look at the MACD indicator. It is beginning to reverse. Look at the RSI's negative divergence. Look at the Vortex indicator. The red line is moving up, the blue is moving down. That's indicative of perhaps the move higher in Bitcoin has peaked. And if Bitcoin goes down and blasts through the 200 days moving average, that's going to be problematic because Bitcoin is an indicator for sentiment. If you see Bitcoin going higher, then we have more appetite of risk taking by at least the retail investors. We don't want to see that reversing. If you see it, it's going to be bearish, not bullish. So as you can see, things are changing a little bit in the indicators, and that might lead us to a bull trap and a market decline being resumed. But we'll cover it, of course, day by day. And this is why I encourage all of you folks to join us as a Maverick member here on YouTube or Patreon so you don't miss out on the conversations we're having throughout the week. But let's move on to the conclusion of this video. What do we have on the economic calendar this week? Monday the 5th, we have services PMI, as important as the manufacturing PMI, because if you see prices going higher in services, that's going to be
He's
yet
trying
another
again.
Then Tuesday, May 6th, we have the trade deficit. It's more relevant than ever because of the trade war. Then Wednesday, the 7th, we have most important day of the week, FOMC meeting. And Chairman Powell, let's see what he's going to say, what he's going to do, and whether he's going to have the balls to actually go and face the White House and give them the middle finger and say, not cutting rates. I don't see the evidence, not going to do it. I don't care how much pressure you're going to add on me. But on the other hand, Powell is a weak man, so anything is possible, really. Thursday, May 8th, initial jobless claims, U.S. productivity, wholesales inventories. By the way, if Fed Chairman Powell cuts rates, prepare for a huge surge in inflation. Huge. Anyhow, Friday the 9th, we have a bunch of Fed zombies talking from all over the place. Governor Barr from New York, from Governor Kugler from Richmond, from Christopher Waller, from Boston, Cook, all over the place. They're just zombies. They talk. Who gives a shit? But then we have the earnings calendar. The most important names are behind us now, but we still got really critical names and indicators for the economy. You think about Uber as an indicator for the economy. That's a big one, a huge one. You have Disney, you have AMD, you have ARM, Shopify, you have ConocoPhillips, AppLovin, it's an important one, Duke Energy, and if the list goes on, folks. We have Mickelson, we have DoorDash, another important one about the consumer. Constellation Energy, we just talked about the data center spending. We have Marriott, another indicator about the consumer and travel demand in the economy when we heard all of these
And he
headlines.
may starting to
that
squeeze
folks
this
are
area,
boycotting
so
traveling to
we should get
US.
the move
We have
out of
Emerson,
this
so we have
range soon,
a
either up or
really
down.
eventful week of both earnings and macro data. We'll cover all of it live, folks. But for now, this is all I got for you, folks. If you found this program informative, return.
All right. Thought that was informative. But the haters hate. I wonder if it was the last time we were watching it. I wonder if it was just Biden supporters that were hating it, because he was pretty bad on the economy, or the Maverick was negative on the economy during that tenure. So maybe the correlation was Biden people didn't like him. Now like he was saying, now the Trump people don't like him because he's bashing the Trump policies. All right, Pony. What are you going to do here? Almost feels like a short. LITM again. YFM. Blah, 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 blah. Discord looking at WRD. RGC is at $148. What the fuck? Holy. Month and a half ago. This is at $4.50. That's insane. That is insane. Well, everything I'm watching just went to poop. $7 spread. Now we wait. Hollow. Pony trying again. MACD still down. $75. Hello. Some good volume. You got to do better than that, man. Holy volume, dude. There we go, baby. There we go. Juice my face off. Juice my face off! Hold up. Daddy's not finished yet. Hold up. That's 50, not freaking... Oh, jeez. Okay. There we go. All right. All right! Only up $600. How much were those calls that I had? Oh, CRVO, wasn't it? Yeah. 34% today. Damn. 13's holding. 13's holding. 202. 204. Oh. Couldn't hold. It was a good try though. Uh 1306. How did get back over 13? Stop with this pullback bullshit. This bid needs to move up. we could be testing these lows again. 13:05 is the 1 minute cock. There it is. We saw it. We did not break it. And 3. Ooh, gosh, that's a cuck now. It's using my stop loss, which it might be, depending on how it recovers or not. You know what I mean? Good, and then dick. Good, and then dick. And I don't like dick. Big D, that's right. Like dick, but I love cock. Yeah. Pony, I will watch over 13. Oops, I should have gone. As soon as I canceled it, I went right through that level. Oh, jeez. This core weave is interesting. Sold too soon? I didn't buy it. Hollow with some juice. The old hollow bullshit. Not touching it. What is this?
A day trader named Stock Jock, and how all the charts and candlestick patterns remind him of penis or something sexual. What?
Whatever happened to that song?
It shows HOLO, shows seeing continued heavy activity, new highs. Hotel Oscar, Lima Oscar.
On RIVN on the NVIDIA blogs is powering next-gen XR design at Rivian with NVIDIA RTX Pro Blackwell desktop GPUs. This is coming from the NVIDIA blog.
Maybe got a small pop. We'll see. That's Trade Exchange, for those that were wondering. Bull is starting to curl. Oh, jeez. It's a dip and rip. Now give us the rip. CRWV. Nice levels. Give us the rip. 25, 20, 25. Damn it! That was a dip and rip, and it didn't go high day. I mean, it topped it. Come on, do it! Get back up! I went big on it too. Still getting the bid slammed. Keeps popping up, but it is getting hammered. Gotta take it off. Freaking A, man! I can't connect to winners. It's like winner loser, winner wizard, little red green, red green, red green. This ain't even the right chart. $24. Gets up to that 1320, gets hammered. Five-minute cuck would be a 1301 break. Trump saying very big announcement for a Middle East trip. Before Monday trip departure, watch the markets. Trump Carney Live, yeah. Markets are juicing off of that headline. Look at that. Zero WV. Breaking my levels. Damn. Markets are absolutely juicing. I mean, straight vertical. Possibly start negotiating the USMCA. Markets are exploding higher right now. Put a little benzene on. A lot of headlines coming out right now.
Once again, we are seeing a volume push to highs following Trump's comments.
Are we still red on the day? Oh no, we're back to green. Okay. Kind of chilling out a little bit here. Oh, you got the link? Thank you.
Respect for the Canadians, Wayne Gretzky. I mean, how good, the great one. You happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of. He is a big tough cookie. Just broke the record, and he's a great guy. And you know, we had the team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now Canada is a very special place. No. Well, I still believe that.
Chilling here.
Takes two to tango, right? No, I do. I mean, I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical care.
His version of big and what the market perceives as big is could be, you know, usually a little different. So,
and it's also a beautiful, you know, as a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person. When I looked at that beauty, I said, that's the way it was meant to be. But, you know, I do feel it's much better for Canada. But we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens. Tremendous.
Literally trolling the new PM right there on national TV.
Essentially, anyway, because we're protecting Canada.
The guy has no filter, and like I keep losing on this freaking trade.
It would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two
Back to
places
red
that
on
get
the
along
day.
very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may,
Send us, Alberta.
As you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, you know, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And
Good deflection.
having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's
The
not for
owners,
sale, won't be
all
for
of
sale,
the
ever.
citizens.
But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in
Come back
Canadian
and
security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well.
Essentially, I noticed they put a trade from position of red
revitalized,
rather than green,
international
seeing as you
security,
season
revitalized
trainers.
NATO,
Is this
and us
we just
playing
like
our
green
full
stamp?
weight, in
Hey,
NATO, and that
hey,
was
good banana.
And they
I
have.
got something for you. Holy
They have.
people.
I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, they were low, and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never.
What would it take to get the tariffs off of Canada?
Well, we'll be talking
President Trump in
about
his meeting with
different
Canadian
things.
Prime Minister
We wanna
Mark Carney saying we want to protect our automobile business.
And so does Mark. But we want to protect, we want to make the automobiles.
Hymns,
We
nice
wanna-
bounce.
we have a
Jeez. I think
tremendous
bounce as
abundance
well.
of energy, more than any country. We have, just in Alaska alone, Anwar has been reopened. Anwar is probably the largest find anywhere in the world. They say it's larger than Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but it's a lot. But we have tremendous amounts of energy. Other countries don't. We're both lucky in that way. They have energy. We have energy. We have more than we can ever use and more than we could ever sell, actually. And you have the same thing. So we're two countries that are very lucky. If you look at China, they don't have that. It's a big disadvantage. Other countries,
CoreWeave, high day.
Most countries don't have that. So Canada and us, we have a lot of advantages over other places.
When you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start on?
No, not at all.
What kind of question is that?
Time will tell. It's only time. But I say, never say never. I've had many, many things that were not doable, and they ended up being doable, and only doable in a very friendly way. But if it's to everybody's benefit, Canada loves us, and we love Canada. That's, I think, the number one thing that's important. But we'll see. I mean, over time, we'll see what happens.
Can you imagine?
China.
Canadians' heads would explode if, their politicians got paid off billions of dollars for us to buy Canada.
They want to meet.
Canadian heads
doing no
would
business right now.
explode.
And those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean.
That is such an
Big
idea
turn,
that's
those
so
big ships,
detestable,
those ships
as it would
take
be
about
to
10 miles
anybody
to turn.
that is
And,
fine with their country.
We lost $1 trillion
You
to China on trade because of an incompetent
Watching this
president that we had
1330
who
here.
preceded me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now. And by
Still
not
don't
trading,
like going against
we're
the
losing
MACD.
nothing. So we're saving $1 trillion. It's a lot. But they want to negotiate.
Commentary by
They
Trump
wanna
says
have a
China
million
wants to
more-
negotiate and we
China
will
wants
meet
to,
at
quote,
the right
negotiate,
time.
we will meet at the right time.
Commentary
No,
out by
of
Trump.
course, you would know if I met. I'd tell you they want to
Yeah,
meet.
market's giving it
But
back up right
we
now.
are right now. Look, they're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S. and they made most of their money
gonna
off the U.S.
break?
Don't kid yourself. They don't make the money off other countries like this. And they were making. We had a trade imbalance. We had
ACN, that's Accenture.
a deficit, or they
They
had
have
a
acquired
surplus.
Ascendant Learning
Another way of saying
subsidiary
it, of
of
more than $1
Axel
trillion
Learning from Alpine
Think of
Investors,
it,
terms
more than
not
$1 trillion.
disclosed.
And because of
Shares down slightly,
145%, that's the only
0.91%.
reason. But because of they have now
$305
Looking for just a pop.
145%,
See a little bit
there's
of
no
a volume
trading. You
spike.
can't trade with
There's Alpha,
145%.
Charlie,
5.
ACN.
We are therefore
There it is.
making, in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. In other words, we're not losing $1.1 trillion. Our deficit is much better. When I started, I say we were losing billions of dollars a day on
Yeah.
trade. That's rapidly turning away. We're around.
Close there,
We
man.
looked at numbers this morning. So we were losing, the United States during Biden was losing more than, I won't even give you numbers because they're so embarrassing, but billions of dollars a day on trade. Those numbers are rapidly turning between the tariffs. Don't forget, we're now getting 25% on cars, 25% on aluminum,
More comments from
25%
President
on
Trump, who's
steel,
meeting with
and
Canadian
maybe
Prime
more
Minister Mark
importantly,
Carney of Canada.
massive numbers
Trump
of
saying
companies
China
are
wants to
moving into
negotiate
the
and
United
we will
States.
meet at the
Honda,
right time.
We have tremendous, the car companies are
Probably needs one
moving
more
in at
cock
levels
here,
we've never seen
honestly.
before. The biggest investment
Yep,
ever
there it is.
made in the United States.
There it
being
is,
made
and
right
it didn't
now.
do anything. Watch the
Trillions
go.
of dollars. I would say we could be at $9 trillion.
1935.
You could go back to other presidents. They haven't had $1 trillion for their entire term. Look at Biden. He had bad numbers. People were leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving with Biden, and he didn't know the difference. The only thing he knew is people coming in. You know who they were? Illegal immigrants. Okay, from prisons, from mental institutions, from all
President
sorts
Trump
of
meeting with
places that
Canadian
weren't
Prime
good,
Minister
from
newly elected
gangs,
Mark
from
Carney.
Venezuela.
Carney's saying Trump has revitalized international
There's a cock and drop on the 5 now. So.
888 people that murdered, and at least half of them murdered more than one person. This is what Biden led into our country. I'm bringing in big companies. We have
Guilty or 5 minutes
Apple
short. You've been playing that all day?
$500 billion. We have Jensen, as you know, is going to be 500 biggest chip maker, or chip thinker, I call him. He's really a thinker more than a maker. But we also have the maker, Mr. Wei. I get to know them all in the last, it was a cram course, but they're all moving into America because of the tariffs. And I don't think people have appreciated it. Some people do, some of the smart people do. So we have more money coming in. It's really an amazing thing. We have more money being invested in the United States now than at any time ever before in our history, and it's not even close. And I think the real number could be 9 or 10 trillion. We don't know everybody that's doing it. We have many. I just heard about a plant that's being built right now, a very, very top-of-the-line company, and they didn't come to the White House. They're just doing it because they're making it, because if they build here, there are no tariffs. And this is the big market. This is the market. That sets us apart from it. This is the market where everyone wants to be. Now, if I didn't come here and do this, all of a sudden we wouldn't be the market where everyone wants to be. So we're able to do it.
Macro Trump says announcement over the next few days. We're not
and
necessarily
I'm not
on
necessarily
trade.
saying it's on trade. Going to the beginning, we're going to have a
Trump
great
says
announcement
the
over
announcement
next few
over the
days.
next
The
few
announcement
days
will be
not necessarily on
incredible,
trade.
so positive.
Commentary
And I'm not
out
saying,
by
you know what,
Trump.
you
I need a
think
faster
it's
stream. This one's
just to finish, we also have
over next
a
few
situation, 'cause
days,
this is
not
when are you gonna sign
necessarily
deals? We don't
on
have to
trade.
sign deals. We could sign.
I told you.
25 deals
I
right
said
now,
Trump's
Howard.
idea of a big
We don't have to sign
announcement
deals.
is
They have
not
to sign deals
necessarily
with
what the
us.
market thinks a
They
big
want
announcement
piece
should
of our
be.
market. We don't
Freaking
want a piece
told
of their
you.
market. We don't care about their market. They want a piece of our market. So
It's like
we
a
can
minute
just sit
slow.
down,
Give me the
and I'll do
faster one.
this at some point over the next 2 weeks, and I'll sit with Howard and Scott and with our great vice president, who has done a really good job. We have some good news to report on a lot of fronts, but JD will be there, and Marco, and we're going to sit down and we're going to put very fair numbers down, and we're going to say, here's what this country, what we want, and congratulations, we have a deal. And they'll either say, great, and they'll start shopping, or they'll say, not good, we're not going to do it. I said, that's okay, you don't have to shop. Now,
TOPP,
we may
that's
think,
one I haven't
well,
seen
they
in
have a right,
forever.
you know, that maybe we were a little bit wrong,
TOPP,
so we'll
Tango
adjust
Oscar,
it.
Papa,
And then
just
you
seen
people will
spike
say,
into
oh,
the
it's
new
so
highs.
chaotic. No, we're
TOPP.
flexible.
Isn't this a shipper?
But we'll sit down,
Whoa.
and we'll at some point, in some cases, we'll sign some
Why is
deals.
it-
It's much less important than what I'm talking about. For the
President
most
Trump
part,
meeting
we're
with
just going to
Prime
put down a
Minister of
number and say
Canada,
this is
Mark
what you're going to pay
Carney,
to shop. And it's going to be a
saying
very
that the
fair number.
announcement
It'll be a
they
low number.
alluded
We're not
to a
looking
little
to
while
hurt
ago over the
countries.
next few
We
days
wanna
is
help
not
countries.
necessarily on
We want to
trade.
be friendly with countries.
And also
But you
on
keep
trade
writing
deals
about
saying we're not
deals.
chaotic,
When are
we're
we gonna sign?
flexible.
It's very simple. We're going to say, in some cases, we want you to open up your country.
Okay, there's
In
this
some
211
cases, we
up
want
here
you
on
to
this
drop your
TOP.
tariffs.
It's just
I mean,
going
India,
stupid
as an
for some
example,
reason.
is one of the highest tariffs in the world. We're not going to put up with that. And they've agreed already to drop it. They'll drop it to nothing. They've already agreed. They would have never done that for anybody else but me. So,
What country was he
we're gonna
talking
put down
about?
some numbers, and
Was
we're
it
gonna
India?
say, our country is open for business, and they're going to come in, and they're going to pay for the privilege of being able to shop
India.
in the United States of America. It's very simple. It's very simple. So I wish they'd stop asking how many deals are you signing this week, because one day we'll come and we'll give you 100 deals, and they don't have to sign. All they have to do is say, oh, we'll start sending our ships right now to pick up whatever we want or to bring whatever we want. It's very, very simple. And I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign some deals, but much bigger than that is we're going to put down the price that people are going to have to pay to shop in the United States. Think of us as a super luxury store, a store that has the goods.
The best
You're gonna
goods.
come and you're going to pay a price.
Only
and
the
we're gonna
best.
Give you a very good price. We're going to make very good deals, and in some cases we'll adjust. But that's where it is, and we've been ripped off by everybody for 50 years. For 50 years, and we're just not going to do that anymore. We can't do that, and we can't let any country do that to us. We're just not going to do it anymore.
On the Houthis, can you tell us a bit more about the deal that you've reached with
said, please don't bomb us anymore, and we're not going to attack your ships.
And where did you hear about that?
It doesn't matter where I hear it. The very good source, I could tell you. Very, very good source. Would you say Marco? I would say pretty good, right, JD? A very good source. No, they don't want to be. They don't want to be. They don't want to be bombed anymore. You know. Sort of thought that would happen.
Please don't bomb us anymore. We won't blow up your ships.
Is the U.S. prepared to walk away from that pact?
From what pact?
USMCA.
No, it's fine. It's there. It's good. We use it for certain things. It's there. We have the USMCA is a good deal for everybody. I won't say this about Mark, but I didn't like his predecessor.
President Trump in his meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at the White House
and she really hurt that
said
deal
the
very badly
USMCA is fine.
She tried to
It's
take
there.
advantage of the deal, and she didn't get away with it. You know what I'm talking about. But so you know, we had a bad relationship having to do with the fact that we disagreed with the way they viewed the deal, and we ended it. You know, we ended that relationship pretty much. The USMCA is great for all countries. It's good for all countries. We do have a negotiation coming up over the next year or so to adjust it or terminate it.
Mr. President,
I'll say a word on USMCA if I may, Mr. President. It is a basis for a broader negotiation. Some things about it are going to have to change. And part of the way you've conducted these tariffs has taken advantage of existing aspects of USMCA. So it's going to have to change. There's other elements that are come, and that's part of what we're going to discuss.
Right.
During the campaign, Prime Minister Carney
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney meeting with President Trump at the White House, talking about
on AVDL
USMCA.
now out with the
Carney
president.
says some things about the USMCA will have to change.
They're announcing favorable ruling in appeal of Delaware court injunction. That's on AVDL.
You know, we have great things, great product, the kind of product we sell. Nobody else.
This has already
sells.
been out, so I'm not expecting much out of this
Military.
move.
We make the best military equipment in the world, and Canada buys our military equipment, which we appreciate. But we make the best military equipment in the world by far. The missiles, the submarines, everything we have is
just drop
really
5 cents.
top notch. I rebuilt
Yeah,
our
geez, that
military during
was
our
rumored out
last
earlier.
We gave some
Just a
away to
little late here.
Afghanistan, which shouldn't have happened.
This is the official news
I
dump
think
on
it was
it.
the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. It was just very incompetent people. But if you look, the man that's now the head of our Joint Chiefs, he led the attack on ISIS for me. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs. And Raisin Kane, he was unbelievable. And as you know, we defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. We did it in 3 weeks. And he ran the campaign. I said, I like him. But I knew him before. I went to Iraq, and we agreed to a plan, and that was the plan. And as you know,
No
we did
income
it in
tax?
record time. So we have, you know, we have.
They're
the
not
best-
gonna
we
do
have the
that
best
without passing
equipment in
the
world. We have
permanent,
the best, a lot of things, and
tax
but
cuts,
Canada
though.
it does a lot
And then
more business.
no income
with us
tax would
than we
have to
do
be an
with
act of
Canada.
Congress.
Can I ask you about your investments, Mr. President? When do you think the investments that you've announced, the trillions, will finally hit the economic data this year?
When you're saying about the tariffs?
No, about the investments that you've announced. You've announced.
Oh, it's hitting right now. Look, they're already starting AI plants. These are not people that look for financing. That's a good
200, yeah,
thing.
he's
in
very
real estate,
new.
You get a site, then you have to
He's
look for
obviously
financing,
just
you have to get
a
your
sit-in
zoning,
when
5
someone's
years
off the
later
desk.
You start building, you get a bank, then the bank's no good. Yeah, these people have massive amounts of cash. The CHIPS Act was a ridiculous thing because that doesn't get them to build. All we did is hand very wealthy companies
Died
money. The CHIPS Act
100%.
was done by Biden.
Sorry, Halo. I'm just
Billions,
trying to
we
bring
do
it back down to
billions of
earth
dollars.
where misery
They don't even
is.
have to do anything with it. And then if you weren't, if you didn't have, and I don't want to be a wise guy, but if you didn't go with the DEI, if you didn't go with all of the different things woke, if you weren't woke, you couldn't even use the money. You had to have a certain percentage of this and that and that and that. It's impossible to have. The companies actually complained to me. They say they gave me all this money,
Bull
but nobody
5
can
minute.
get these people to do anything. I mean, look, President Obama, and if he wanted help, I'd give him help because I'm a really good builder and I build on time, on budget. He's building his library in Chicago. It's a disaster. And he said something to the effect, I only want DEI, I only want woke. He wants woke people to build it. Well, he got woke people, and they have massive cost overruns. The job is stopped. I don't know. It's a disaster. And I don't like that happening because I think it's bad for the presidency that a thing like that should happen. He's got a library that's a disaster. And he wanted to be very politically correct.
See if this can get through 1325 and then move
good,
to hiding.
hard, tough, mean construction workers that I love, Marco. I love those construction workers. But he didn't want construction workers. He wanted people that like never did it before. And he's got a disaster in his hands. Like millions of dollars, really many millions of dollars over budget. And I would love to help him with it, or somebody else. I could recommend professionals. But it was not built in a professional.
Can we break this high day, please? Damn it!
By the way, nor was in California a little train going from San Francisco to Los Angeles that's being run by Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. Did you ever hear of Gavin Newsom? He has got, that train is the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. It's like totally out of control. So then they said, all right, we won't go into San Francisco. We'll stop 25 miles short. And we won't go into Los Angeles. We'll stop 25 miles short. It's hundreds of
It's trying to curl here.
dollars for this stupid project that should have never been built. And then they realized that it would have been a lot less
darn it,
costly
man.
if we just
getting
gave
beat up on
limousine
the sucker.
service back and forth and gave it free. They would have saved hundreds of billions of dollars. They have airplanes that go there for one 1/100th the cost, and they have cars. They have a thing called the highway that goes back and forth that's not fully utilized. And they got involved with this project. And Gavin, you know, I always liked Gavin. I had a good relationship with him.
Have these things called
just got him
cars.
a lot of water. You know, I sent in people
Someone
to
laughed
open
in
up
there.
that water because he refused to do it. And we just got him a lot of water. If they would have had that water, and if they would have done what I said to do, they wouldn't have had the fires in Los Angeles. Those fires would have been put out very quickly. But if you think about it, and you got to take a look at this, it's the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. I've watched a lot of stupid people build a lot of stupid things, but that's the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. What's happening between San Francisco and Los Angeles, and you ought to ask about that because this government is not going to pay. I told our very great new Secretary of Transportation, he's doing a good job, Sean Duffy. I said, we're not going to pay for that thing. They are just, it's out of control.
So
this is
1
something
minute.
that you don't have things like this. It's not even conceivable. Like 30 times over budget, 30 times. It's the craziest thing and now it's hundreds of, it was supposed to be a simple train. And I think the media should take a look at it. And I'd love him to run for president on the other side. You know, I'd love to see that. But I don't think he's going to be running because that one project alone, well, that and the fires and a lot of other things, pretty much put him out of the race.
Mr. President, what changes would you like to see to the USMCA? Or what changes would you like to make?
We're going to work on some subtle changes, maybe. I don't even know if we're going to be dealing with the USMCA. We're dealing more with concepts right now. Look, right now, we're doing trade. We have trade. They're paying a tariff on cars.
Come on,
steel and aluminum.
MACD, come on.
And I think we have a baseline of 10% or something like that for the tariffs. But we're getting along very well. Right now, going no further, but we have an agreement. We did something with even parts. You want to discuss that, Howard, with respect to Canada, which helps Canada out?
Sure. So we've made an arrangement with the car companies that
Holy microphone.
15% of their USMCA parts are included, and then 15% of foreign parts from the manufactured suggested retail price are not tariffed to help domestic manufacturing really thrive.
So it gave them a chance to be able to build their car parts factories.
There it is.
If they're going to,
there it is.
A lot of these
there it
companies
is.
already have factories.
There it is.
What they have to do is just fill them out. But they're able to build them in the United States, so we gave them a pretty substantial period of time.
Just to clarify, Mr. President, is there anything the Prime Minister can say to you today?
Can you stop dipping so freaking hard?
Tariff
Jeez!
Tariff in Canada. Is there anything he could say to you?
All this buildup and nothing.
To lift tariffs on Canada?
No.
Why not?
It's just the way it is.
Sure, I would. But this is not necessarily a one-day deal. This is over a period of time they have to make that decision. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may. Respectfully, Canadians' view on this is not going to change on the 51st state. Secondly, we are the largest.
Why do the reporters keep asking about this?
In
Everybody knows it's not going to happen.
Good. So we are the largest client in the United States. We have a tremendous auto sector between the two of us, and the changes they've made have been helpful. 50% of a car that comes from Canada is American. That's not like anywhere else in the world. And to your question about is there one thing? No, this is a bigger discussion. There are much bigger forces involved, and this will take some time and some discussions, and that's why we're here, to have those discussions, and that is represented by who's sitting around the table.
See, the conflict is, and this is very friendly. We're not. This is not going to be like we had another little blow up with somebody else. That was a much different. This is a very friendly conversation, but we want to make our own cars. We don't really want cars from Canada, and we put tariffs on cars from Canada, and at a certain point, it won't make economic sense for Canada to build those cars. And we don't want steel from Canada because we're making our own steel, and we're having massive steel plants being built right now as we speak. We really don't want Canadian steel, and we don't want Canadian aluminum and various other things because we want to be able to do it ourselves. And we, because of past thinking of people, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. In other words, they have a surplus with us, and there's no reason for us to be subsidizing Canada. Canada's a place that will have to be able to take care of itself economically.
Live on CNBC, Bill Barack announces that he has trimmed his Broadcom position.
When I spoke to him, I used to call him Governor Trudeau. I think that probably didn't help his election. But when I spoke to him, I said, so why are we...
He's trying not to smile. Don't you smile!
Make them ourselves. I said, and if the price of your cars...
AVGO Alpha Victor Golf.
How is he doing this in front of him? That's what Trump does, man.
Also, Bill
He's
Barack
the king of awkwardness.
CNBC Live right now.
He doesn't give up.
Tesla,
That's a strange
TSLA, Tango,
I understand
Sierra,
his
Lima,
answer.
Alpha.
But
Probably to a fault.
no, I mean, it's hard to justify subsidizing Canada to the tune of maybe $200 billion a year.
KW.
We protect Canada militarily, and we always will. We're looking at, that's not a money
Also,
thing.
more from
but we
President
always will.
Donald
but,
Trump and Mark Carney's
it's
meeting
not
at the
fair.
White House, the Prime Minister of
But
Canada.
why are we?
Trump
This
said we don't want
pony
cars from Canada.
feels like it's topping out. 5-minute cuck maybe now.
To build
I mean,
those cars.
all this build up to a break and then right back underneath it feels like a cuck is coming.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a very substantive. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, that's all of that. Brandon, that pony. Okay, are you serious? This thing just is. I deleted this off the watch list, and now it's back to the high a day after going low a day. I don't get it. Top W into that daily range again. kidding me? $0.50 spread. Jeez. I did not see it. Jeez. Super spready. Volume dying off. Let's see the next move, wherever you are. There is. DHS delayed the start date for Real ID flights. Haven't they been bumping this back for like 4 years or 3 years now or something crazy like that? U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs seeks contractor to support scientific review of medical marijuana research. NVAX? Wow. Nope, no idea. Nick calling out that HIMS 5 minute with those hammers. RGC is 181. That is insane. Watches in this 1333 on Pony. Nine EMA is holding up very well still on the 5 minute. Horseshit fell. Son of a bitch again. 4, 5, we're right there. 9. So, as soon as I sold half, it broke the 50-cent level. Millisecond. Milliseconds. And this fill right here, 4 cents below the bid. We're green again, though. Hey. Oh. What a horsecock day it's been. What a horsecock day it's been. Honest question: if almost 50% of orders routed through dark pools and failed to deliver, stacking up on the broker side, what are we even trading then? Is that what's happening? I have quite the theory that most of retail trading there's news. Amazon's robotaxis were calling something. Top G is into the gap here, boys. 350 level. I'm pretty sure that we're trading in-house a lot of the times, which is bullshit and probably illegal. But oops, computer glitch, sorry. I mean, there's no excuse for sometimes you hit this, you sell and you see your shares not show. I mean, you don't see your shares show up on the ticker. Like, what is that? Huh? That shouldn't be possible. Yeah, it's not, yeah, more than likely, Bishop. If you're under 100 lot, you probably won't see it on the tape because a lot of filters on your level 2 or ignore lots under 100. Hard to see almost. Jeez. Him's 415. 4615. Can I use a different exchange? Well, it's not the exchange, it's the broker. I can't prove any of this, but it's the way it feels. Yeah, bond auction hitting right now. RGC, jeez. Lightspeed is better than eTurn, but Lightspeed is also a commissioned broker. So every trade you take, it costs money. So yeah, if I was going to go to a commissioned broker, I'd go to Lightspeed in a heartbeat. Is it beef jerky? Smoked sausages? Delicious. Him's breaking free. NWOW? Agentic AI, huh? Supercharge employee productivity by firing employees and making those that remain use AI. I bet you that's it. Do I have Gemini on my phone? No. Only one I got is ChatGPT. A bit of a wedge here, if it wants it. Well, not really a wedge, but... Your phone keeps offering to do phone calls for you? Jeez. Yep. Add a receptionist to the list of jobs AI is just going to take. Sicario, they were out of the money, but the market just turned. So they were doing fine, but then the market was like, he doesn't mean trade deals. And then he said, I don't mean trade deals, basically, essentially. Texting Gemini? Him's juicing. Pony trying to go again. I don't even know how to chart this thing. Huh. See if it can break through or not. The spokesman denies group will stop attacking Red Sea ships. Old Pope. Makes my butt pucker at least a few times a day. Damn, this fell off hard. It's trying to break topside. Good fill. Oh, don't fail. I wanted in for it. You don't want a bull trap here because that almost guarantees it's an ascending or a rising wedge. So I don't know how it hit 1366 and then right back down, but it did. All right. Worthless day. I'm calling it. Worthless day. I don't want to go red. $100. Tomorrow's the big one. Everything's going to freaking move tomorrow. Sticking with the plan for this week was just to get green and go home. Today's break-even day. We were up at $700 at one point, but just keep giving it back. Vega. Anyway, we're gonna raid Ginger. She's got the Princess Leia hair buns. I have to. The Pope, thank you. There's a way through to my heart. It's probably food, but after that is Princess Leia buns. Peace out, everybody.